Okay. Let's get this started. Um, just as a note to anyone that pops in here by chance, I should probably just update the title just in case, because last thing I ever want to do is spoil someone with the who enjoys the story or anything like that. There we go. Hi, Kryle. How's it going? You still have the weird cat ears, I see. Oh, I should. Ah, Bogzarden, your timing could not have been better. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to share. Alright. Excellent. We'll just wait for Lamati. She should arrive shortly. And there's Buklamat. Bogzarden, glad to see you here too. And speak of the devil, let's catch each other up, shall we? Right, I'll go first if nobody minds. I've been back in Tuliolal and spoke with Koana. I told him about the records left behind by Galulja's mother as well as Fiend's reappearance. We decided that I should remain in the dome until things settle down more. But while I'm Galulja's guardian, I'm also a foreign ruler. I'll have to take care not to appear as though I'm meddling in Alexandrian politics. That's all from me. Okay. As for the rest of us, we've been keeping track of this new Sphene. She's been making regular appearances before the people. And each time she does, she encourages them to become endless. Alas, much else about her remains a mystery, including why she's chosen to reveal herself now. On our end, we've confirmed that only those regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Sphene's death altered. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any and all memories of the event. Though we haven't yet identified the perpetrator, given recent events, Sphene is the chief suspect. So the queen is going around and just being like, "Hey everyone, you should kill yourself." What a ruler. Many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well and remember her funeral as a memorial for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections. We'll carry on with our investigation. I'll head to Earth and Sky now and coordinate with our people there. There's one other matter, the highlight of this gathering, you might say. We'd like you to meet a certain someone. By all means, where's this person now? In the break room. She is unwell, and Y'shtola and Alize have been tending to her. They'll be able to explain things. I want to see how she's doing, so I'll come too. The break room is at the end of the hallway through that door. We can go whenever you're ready. Nod. Surprise face. Oh.
What is she doing here? We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
She isn't who you think she is.
What the hell does that mean?
Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood, possessed of a soul. We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for me. Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis.
Oh.
Estrella reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with Eclipsy as fast as I could. We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective. Judging by her appearance, the circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Fiend was created, the original Queen Sphinx of Alexandria.
What? But how can that be possible? The real Sphinx died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died. Whatever do you mean? I am not dead. I'm not. What is this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia? And who are you people?
We're the ones that killed them.
Calm down. We mean no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself. Please, help me. I don't understand any of this. Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphinx of Alexandria, are you not? Yes. Yes, I am. And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct? I opened my eyes and saw a strange dark room. Outside there were towering buildings, clad in electro. You slumbered in part of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal. Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
Okay, so your whole world is dead. Anyway.
In that dark room, there was an electric casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis.
But why?
Until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down. That was where you were kept, in all likelihood. Since the time of the Old Kingdom, for 4 centuries. What? Do you speak true? I've been asleep for that long.
I I do not believe you are lying, so please tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Very well. But let us do with care, lest we cause you undue strain. Now, while I should like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone, so I will summon Gratia and Kryl for now.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Yashtola and Alisa's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale. I know not how to repay them, not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think we're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
Sure, Y'shtola is the motherly sort.
He's known those two for a long time. You can trust in his judgment. Besides, you hope to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
I see. So glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long. So very long. I steeled myself, having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything. Sphene? Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Great idea! There's no substitute for seeing things with your own eyes. That said, there is a chance that we'll run into the other Sphene. Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
We can go together.
Truly, I would be honored.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Thank you, Diplomat.
Seekers of Eternity. Thank you as well, Bolxarden, for your kindness. I would have said it there in the voiced dialogue, but I can't. because I can't write down 4 billion names to recite for this one scene. The Endless Fiend. You knew her, did you not? It may take time for both of us to come to terms with this situation, myself especially, but I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. Oh, those carne asada tacos. Before heading out, I should put on more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among the items Shale has prepared for me, I believe. If you would wait outside, I should only need a moment. Alright, take your time.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
Oh, that really suits you.
Sure. Looks ideal for a brisk afternoon stroll.
For one so well travelled to say that, I feel confident it's perfect for exploring the city.
A moment before we head out. Circumstances being what they are, we've thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Sphinx, and we should probably settle on this now rather than later.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
We're going to put a scarlet S on your chest.
As for the former Queen of Reason, Endless Fiend should suffice. And what about the new one who's been addressing the citizens? Despite being the spitting image of Endless Fiend, we know she's a different entity. So we were thinking of calling her a simulant, after imitation stones. I see. Well, they're definitely not the same. And that's as good a way as any to draw a distinction. But what do you think, Sven? Is that alright with you?
Rest assured I have no objections. When I am in the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret. For the people of today's Alexandria know only the Endless Fiend.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
No, no, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shane. Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
That you
I
are.
had a friend in
We'll head to
grade
the
school who was
entrance
named
first.
Shale.
Good idea. We should start from scanning point 9. I'll do my best to explain things.
Shale is really cool though for just being like kind of a side character. That lady wants to talk with Lamati, so while they're busy, I'll tell you about what we can see from here. Is there any place that interests you? There are so very many, I can't decide where to begin. And why don't we let Belksarden choose? The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Sure, the Nexus Arcade. There are a lot of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you need. It's always full of people out doing their shopping. The Endless Fiend gave Balxarden and Lamati a tour of the place. I remember watching them from a distance. The castle town I knew had a main thoroughfare that was lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizens would come and speak with me about matters great and small. Just like that lady is doing now with Wook Lamont. Yeah, excuse me. The lady talking to Lamati just came back from Tuliolal. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 30 years ago. She has family in Alexandria now, so she had to return. But the train made it safe and easy for her to make the journey, and it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. There was once a railroad connecting Alexandria and neighboring Lindblom, but operations were suspended when relations deteriorated. Eventually, the tracks were removed entirely. To see that a railroad now connects us to our new neighbors is gratifying. Especially considering that our history began with war, with Alexandria the aggressor. In continuing to strive for peace, Tuliola's leaders have shown great magnanimity, and I can't help but be moved. Node 9. If you tune to lane node 9, you can teleport back here anytime you want. You can also use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. It makes it easy to get around. That's the mode of travel that utilizes Aether currents, yes? We had the same in my time, but when the storm surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent enemy use. And after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travel outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous. We had to abandon the nodes altogether. It is heartening to see them available again for the use of one and all. In the government sector, there's a counter where citizens can get matched to jobs. There's also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't many souls in circulation. I'm unsure how I feel about regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones and the desire to escape the sorrow of death. Even so, I would never wish to forget my parents, Otis, Stelania. I want to remember them all. I'm reluctant to impose my personal beliefs upon others, though. Sorry about that, I got a little carried away with the conversation. It's alright. Malkzard and he told her about the places we can see from here. Really? That's great. Right then, why don't we stroll through the residential sector and then stop at Mosaic? We can take a break there. I wonder if Sveen's outfit, like, did they create a separate second outfit that actually has a workable hood, or did they make it so that the hood works like that? Because it's like, you know, I have a hood on this character, but I can't fold it back like she did, I don't think. Like, if I put visor, yeah, it doesn't work. Because it would be cool if we had hoodies in the game that actually had, like, you know, they could flip up. That's cool. I kind of hope we have that for more outfits, like either as a like backlog thing that we get, or maybe just for future outfits. Because otherwise, that seems like such a missed opportunity. Right? Because like we have so many fucking like sweatshirts and like hoodies in this game. And they could literally just tack it into the visor system. So like you have an easy way to just flip it on and off. Oh yeah, and the new PvP gear. Been walking for a while, so let's rest our feet, eh? Drinks are on me. Sveen, Belxarden, the two of you go ahead and order first. Yeah, how dare I wish for more in a game that's been out for a decade.
So many different drinks. I can't decide.
Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee. Of course. I should warn you though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
The bitterness is the best part. Have you decided as well?
Hmm. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm going with the sweet cocoa with extra cream on top. That sounds delicious. Plus, I'm not a big coffee drinker.
I understand completely. The allure of something sweet can often be too strong to resist.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
I feel like that shot was almost like seemed almost advertisement like. Introducing the new Starbucks.
Aren't you well liked? It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people. But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
$8.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sveen, though I'm often told we look alike.
Then make one, idiot.
Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
But it's very good armor. And hot chalky is delicious. And plus, like, I worked for this fucking sword. I'm not gonna have a set of armor that works with it. And I mean, it's literally perfect. It's the same color scheme. Forgive me, I did not mean to darken the mood. Still, I feel better for having shared my feelings with you. Thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I can't wait for them to have a glow. I'm sorry I'm not much of a guide. I don't usually get approached this often. It's quite alright. The people have been through so much, it's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and have a lovely chat with Belks Arden. I didn't say anything, I don't think. I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Nexus arcade, but it can probably wait for when we actually need something. In that case, let's head to the recreation zone. There's plenty to see on True View. He looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest. Thank you. I was on my way to attend to some business when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The danger has passed, I know, but the terror lingers. For all the comfort I've offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. Come on! You only died one time. You got this! Thank you. I feel better already. Your encouragement was exactly what I needed. Ah, but where are my manners? My name is Malachite, and I am an usher. An usher? They're the ones who come to those without long to live, right? But given everything that's happened, I expect your duties have changed. That's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It is only after they have passed away in their family's care that we convey their remains to a government storage facility. Storage facility? What for? Well, we turn them into food, you see. We call it Soylent Green. Henceforth, we must inter the deceased, but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in cold storage for the time being. I didn't know. I had heard there were graveyards over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must be long forgotten. Did you have usher duties? If so, we could help. I'm not actually here in an official capacity, so I am loath to trouble you further. But since you asked, I shall explain why I've come. The red light district is nearby, and I want to get my taint licked. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to their families. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings. To do anything else was strictly forbidden. But it saddened me to see them discarded like waste. So I began secreting them away what I could. Secreting away what I could. Okay. Secreting. Of course, I understand not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I cannot say, but I feel the families should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before then. It's important to think about what people will leave to us. I want to help. Do you want to help too, Balksarden? What is this, like fucking Dora the Explorer special? Deliveries happen to be my specialty. Yay! I'm truly grateful. Now there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreation zone. I leave them in your care. In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I would like to know the family's reaction. You know, there have been people in Tuliolal who had similar episodes due to the trauma of the siege. Would you mind if we went with Malachite just to keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. Thumbs up. So there are 4 items in total to deliver. Right, 3 for people on True View and 1 for someone over by the Neon Stein. Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking, Balksarden? I fear my voice may betray my identity. Lead the way, we'll be right behind you. I mean, haven't I done this before? Yeah, I've done this. Why is it giving me a thing for it now? Aether's people. But they introduced these with the DLC, with the expansion. What is the point? The way the buildings are all in a row remind me of the old castle town. Lively as it is here, I can see why Oblivion can blend in. The people around True View seem scary at first, but most of them are really kind. When I see someone passed out on the street now, I worry if they'll be alright. Is there something you need? Ah, so Malachite sent you. He was very considerate when he offered to bring me the keepsake. He stressed that I didn't have to accept it if I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that, not when it's something that belonged to my parents, who I understand now I will never see again. Having spare souls won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case, but now I find myself wondering about this and that, like how much longer can I afford to muck around with my brothers. But I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake, and give my regards to Malachite. What is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested. Oh, you brought the keepsake. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this, hoping that it might help me remember, but no such luck, it seems. The owner is dead, and they'll never become one of those endless Queen Sphene tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself. If they're made by putting your memories into a new body and made of ether, doesn't that mean you yourself still have to die first? The thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy to receive a neo-regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. If Queen Sphene herself recommends it, I want to believe that all will be well, but still... Sorry, I need to clear my head. Oh, hello. Do I know you? Oh, excuse me. Ah, so this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliolal. I didn't even know we'd killed so many other of their people, not until the funeral. What if they decide to retaliate? Namati, Wuklamat would never do that. She and everyone in Tuliolal know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. It's just, I can't stop worrying about death, and hearing that they're running out of neo-regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore. That's everyone on True View. Let's go to the Neo Stein. Are you talking to me? Yeah, here's your shit. Oh right, this. I can't say it stirs any memories, but it does feel familiar somehow. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Ah, of course, you're the unenhanced challenger. No, champion. I can't stress how incredible it is, what you've achieved without using feral souls. It's a genuine honor to meet you. Though not for the first time, I realize. It was at the infusion station in the government sector, and it wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. You're the Arcadian fighter who's desperate for souls. That's right. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Anyway, seeing as we're meeting properly now, the name's Lathander. I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen Sphene's words to heart and found a new job, one where I could put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunctioned, and I've been assisting with rehabilitation. It's not something I ever imagined myself doing, but here we are. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you're doing. Yeah, thanks. It's encouraging to hear that. There's this fellow who has to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way, with the body he's got. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that survived the arena, and I need to take better care of it. I'm the only blue-scaled Hubugo besides my father. Mama T once told me that. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think that about the things we share. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an endless, I would never throw away this body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me uncomfortable about the whole becoming endless affair. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Boxarden. From what I've seen and heard, 'tis plain the people held their queen in high regard, and the simulant has exploited their love and admiration to win over so very many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of the recreation zone. Thank you for your assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned for today is accounted for. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. How was your experience? Everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake's owner, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death. I see. It's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Of late, I've come to believe that we are each of us the sum of the moments we've shared with our loved ones. And when they pass away, and we lost our memories of these people, we lost a part of ourselves. It's a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. Well, my friends, I must resume my formal duties. My thanks again for your aid. Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what define us. They form the path we walk to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike to me in the beginning. But I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. For once our paths diverged, so too did our lives and experiences. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The Endless Fiend was one possibility, a version of myself who made choices I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact I did, though. Huh? Is that? The simulant. She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? I mean, yeah, I've killed her once before. We can do it again. You know, if we need to. The simulant heading into the street over there. Neo Stein is that way. Let's hurry.
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
Oh no. I just got hit by a fucking blast of lightning. What do you think?
So he didn't die. That's but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
To obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. Much as an expeditious course of action.
I know that voice. You there! Yes, you! We have important business with you. We left something in your keeping, the key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
No. Not on your fucking life.
Is that so? What a shame. If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
definitely upon her vows resolve of Piliolo if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
Daniel.
What is the objective of these experiments?
You're speaking to me. Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution.
Since time immemorial, mal-causing death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy.
Yet, this strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated. It relies on progeny, which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict. All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential. Where man now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense. What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
Calyx! You're Calyx, aren't you?
You know him?
The young genius who had mastered electrode technology. He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people. Calyx! You always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of you that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
You alright, Boxarden? Forgive me, I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless, but perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. Alexandria has no need for Queen Sphene. It's the Queen of Reason, my endless counterpart that they love. And although it is hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must find a new way to serve. You're not alone, and together we can get through anything. Well said. And it just so happens there's something that only you can do right this moment. Let's start with Calix. What can you tell us about him? He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrope and made his mark during the storm surge. Yet even as he basked in the admiration of his peers, he struggled with an illness he had had from birth, which left him with precious little time to live. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume that he too has become an endless. I see. While we're somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we'd cross paths with one of them like this. You know about preservation? We do. They're supposed to have created Everkeep's core system as well as the Endless Sphene. Did they? All while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion have spent a lot of time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room and tell them what's happened.
We've heard what happened. So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into endless. It seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphere, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calix, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, it is plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Yeah, but wouldn't it just be stagnation? The whole point of, like, being able to evolve is, also being able to fail and change. You can't really change if you're an endless creation with no, like, no ability to grow. It's just stupid.
If this Calix is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Emma Sphene's death?
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives. Though Calix has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear.
Sarge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electro, such as Calyx, be so careless as to leave a trail?
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
If we have a lead, I say we follow it. Also, I want to beat the shit out of that guy.
Besides, you owe him for not daunting your movement.
I do.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
Please, let me come with you. I may not possess any special skills, but I know the castle better than any. So please.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
Thank you for allowing me to accompany you. It may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but it will slowly but surely. Sure, we'll take more tacos. Right, I believe I've plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. As we don't have much information in the area, I'll come along and gather geographic data on site. You can leave the navigating to me. I'll stay behind this time, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oblivion is fortunate to have a capable adapter like you, Galulja, and no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of Electrope is bound to serve you well. With such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector. This has got to be a dungeon. Yeah, okay. There's no direct lift to the Foundation sector, so we'll have to transfer her to another on the way. If we take the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow her instructions. According to Shieldja's records, the tower is divided into inner and outer sections below orogenics. The castle is at the heart of the inner section. So upon arriving at the Foundation sector, we need to make our way inwards. Belxarden, take this communicator with you. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as I collect data. Okay, sure. Sounds like we're all set. Let's get going. The Underkeep. Hmm. We'll join with other players. Maybe I should just do it with NPCs. Then I don't have to wait for this queue. If the queue gets to 2 minutes, then I'll just do it. With the trust system. Yeah, let's just do it with the trust system, it's fine.
Let's get to it.
Oh, fuck's sake. I don't love relying on the trust, because healers are usually worthless. But hopefully it'll be okay. Ooh.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
Oh, it's been a while. I'm using all the wrong abilities. There we go. Ah! Chilling chirp. Is it like move or something? Okay. It didn't seem like it did anything, but... Okay. Well, so far nothing it's done has been too interesting. Another chilling chirp. Oh, there's the castle. Oops, wrong ability. Guild of Scorn. Okay. Just an AoE, it looks like. Okay. Oh, shoot. It's gonna be over here. Ooh. Okay. So, over here. What the fuck? I hate that the AI have like static positions they go to, so sometimes it really screws you over.
That was hardly a challenge, I see. You will show me more. How did you press on?
Well, so far this place hasn't been too
You are untrodden,
tough.
Deathfire. But I have something that may test you yet.
Hmm. Okay, we've got guns to the side. Valiapira. Indefatigable defense.
We still lack sufficient data. Very well. Let us see how you perform against this.
So, guns to the side. Okay, that I'm sure that's some sort of mechanic.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling ruins. How will you handle this?
Oh, I see. Whoops. I thought it was like an AoE. I didn't realize it'd be a cross section.
Let us introduce more weaponry.
Oh, I can just go to the other side there. Okay.
Let us see what this is. Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability. Still alive? How unfortunate. For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
Oh, shoot.
I'm
Oops.
beginning to understand how you were able to defeat Queen Eternal.
No, we're already on the right side. That was honestly that was pretty easy. Right?
That will do. We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
Hi there.
Alex was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. Who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Sveen and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal and stay alert for more threats.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train. You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how I loved to see the two of them spark. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though in the end I could barely move, I regret that I didn't go out there and fight, at least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. It is a feeling to which I can relate. Sveen. Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go? Do you know, Sveen? What?
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Huh. So I guess. I'm sorry, buddy. That sucks. It's alright. I appreciate it. Also, Kira, I don't know if you're still here, but, hi there. How's it going? I guess not. Oh, there we go. Alright.
I am Selenia Triantaphili, Royal Knight of Alexandria, and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen.
Does this guy want a tank stance, or should I? Yeah, fuck it. I'll just
Upon
start
my
it.
blade I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
We will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
Feel the sting of my divine blade!
I know this technique. We must keep moving.
Okay. Oh, shoot. I guess I was too early. Oh, wait, no. So it moves and then cuts across. Okay.
But her blade work should be recreated so faithfully.
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria! Heavens roar!
How did that one hit? Okay, whatever. So here. And then there. Okay.
Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
I will show you the soul of a royal knight!
Oh.
For the honor and glory of Alexandria, I strike!
So be on this side.
Taste my steel. There is no escape.
Okay, I get it.
I know this was merely a reconstruction, and yet
Bless my life for freedom. My resolve shall never waver.
Thorn Catharsis. Alright. Just AoE. Alright, fair enough.
I am sworn to protect my queen. I will die before I yield.
So it's probably gonna attack that one.
that's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
Taste my steel.
What are you? Oh, because he's just, home gang. Okay, alright, fair enough.
Rage and royal.
That wasn't too bad.
Forgive me, my queen. I have failed you.
It is a very cool reference. I do, and it's a fun fight. It is a fun fight.
Did you get what you needed?
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission.
Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key. Why do you so oppose my objective?
Because it's genocide?
With the key, we will be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the night, but to those of the source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
The aforementioned genocide. We won't let you lay a finger on the reflections.
How miserly you are. But unless you're willing to compromise, you won't be able to save anyone or anything. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calix.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
Selenia was kind, but she could be stern. A pillar of strength when I ascended the throne in troubled times. Not only did she protect me, she also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you could know. Thank you, Box Arden. Sure, no problem.
Selenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calix made a copy of the memories.
Hmm.
In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
This contains the memories of another me, tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria. Might I hold on to this, Tiana? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Cher?
No objections from me.
All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
Farewell, Xenia.
Simulant gave the impression that she wouldn't be back, but I suppose only time will tell. And at present, we have no further leads on Calix. For now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends. It'd be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I am certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. Sure, you're Stola. If it isn't Belgzard, is something the matter? So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you are none the worse for your trials, though. As for myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Gosan. I told him about the cure for Levin's sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I'm now otherwise occupied, so I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calix is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it, in earnest as well. Contact Alpha now. Ah, excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you were faring. Calix, while something was obviously afoot, I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. The people of Alexandria still have a great trust in Sphene. 'Tis plain in the way they speak of her even now, and in how the simulant was able to win them over. When they noticed she had ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up while you can and recover your strength. We got Alze. Yes, hello, Bugs Arden. For you to call out of the blue, is something wrong? What? You went all the way to the bottom of Everkeep and you didn't think to ask me to come. But I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. I've been staring at this girl who's been in a coma. I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the cure for Levin sickness to citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly to see how he is responding to his treatment. You've met him before with Lamati, I believe. The two of you should attend as well if you have time. Xardin, this is a surprise. Has Wuklamat gotten into trouble again? I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. Never. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing regulators. This had led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death and the occasional episode of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes. Interesting. What did the others have to say, if I may ask? They finished treating Milos. Then we'll have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition as I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we wouldn't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alphinaud's concern about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not like to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Kryl. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up on Calix's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for Y'shtola as well. I'll help you. It seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calix might have planned, so please be careful, everyone. Right, let's go to Milos' apartment. It's in the residual radius 914, if I remember correctly. Hello. You came before with Queen Sphene. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made mindless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
Milos is a kind and brave boy. It did me well to see him. One day I hope that I can speak with him about my other self. Come, let us return to the back room, and on the way let us pick up treats for our friends, a little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration. The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
What is this? Evolution? What evolution? Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky? Don't look at me like that. Queen Sphinx said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming endless.
I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
Hmm.
Several nearby hunters dashed with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait, is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
On outskirts too? You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Let's go.
Things have settled down here, but I still see no sign of Erenville. Let's split up and look for him. Gulja, Sveen, please search in the settlement area. Meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head further out. That was a close call. My thanks. As I was leading the soldiers away, I caught sight of this poor fellow being pursued. I went to help, but was rather out of my depth. We're lucky you found us when you did. Erenville, I'm so glad you're safe. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set on you. The ones here also attacked without any warning. If I hadn't been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Hopefully the others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock.
you're here, and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain. I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right? I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryle and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
I just received word from the back room. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report from me. Apparently, a Ryden's machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries. This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be alright. I'll go and
Oh, this is going well.
Sven's gone ahead. I leave her with you.
Bloody things have gone mad.
Good on you, Lathander.
Why is this happening?
Surely there's a finite number of these things.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution. This is just like before, when Sir Hoja unleashed the soldiers on us. You know, I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Are you all... No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this. If we had been endless, then you'd still be here. You'd still... But now... Are you alright?
Oh, it's the mom, isn't it?
So many hurt,
No, it's not.
so many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
With the 12, you are all unharmed. His small solace amidst this tragedy, however. The machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once, if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep, though members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attack came shortly after the announcement that Neo-regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx would gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Glulja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now. I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamati just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards, they also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. It seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Gululja. This powerlessness, I can abide it no longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure, or if there was but happiness at the end, yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. Oh, Sphene, you found the words I wished you said back then. Our strength is yours, Sphene. Together, we'll get through this. Let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shale, my friend? It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? Got it. I was wondering about that. You moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keeping a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Y'shtola and Alizé. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again at everyone's side. As for the key, I think it's best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Selenia proud. I don't think I have to really worry about it. He hit me with a bolt of lightning that shorted the town, and it didn't even kill me. Yeah, okay, Kadaj.
The time has come to pose a new question.
Alright. Let me pull up my... Is that better for the music, or is it still kind of low? Yeah, okay, the voices weren't really getting picked up. I'll put this to like... Put that to like 15. That'll probably help out. Alright. Well, I was gonna take... no. I had my own, like, thing to regulate the sound. So, honestly, I might put it back up to 20 just so that it's not... Oops. Didn't really pay attention to what that said. That's fine. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the since the state funeral. And a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged. As far as I know, that's the good news. The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology. and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for lemon sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that the endless conversion is the only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw Aether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create Endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolal. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Balxardan's group, if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Real fast, I'm gonna grab a water here. Tiny bit of... Oops. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? People seem uneasy. They do, and I can't say and can't say as I blame them. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternatives serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen us do? It is what I've seen that's convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe some came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense? 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Belxard and I will take the east. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. I think I will bring it up to 20. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will learn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neural regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning, or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bother with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant, until it happened. Does the volume still seem good at 20, or is it... What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time left to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Volksarden, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard, one we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. Fights are likely to break out over the Neo-Regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but are you sure there wasn't anything else? Oh. They targeted a guy who wasn't wearing a regulator? The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who'd jump for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. City-wide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Sarden, I think it's time we rejoined Kryl and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just outside of True View? Let's get going. So essentially, you're saying that people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators. Well, the numbers are still tentative, and only apply to that one zone, but we don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data. But this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desires to become endless or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calix has chosen the least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. Yeah, what of the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts? That usher Malachite told us much the same thing. Well, yeah, because it happened like 20 minutes ago. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. So he's like absorbing the ether of people that don't have the regulators. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation to the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Xarden, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Yeah. Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
Are you all right?
What happened here?
Sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man tried to save.
weapons, which is to be expected considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly! Wyaquay!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Promise of tomorrow. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Our comrade, do you think he may have been struck down? If he was wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Man, this is awful. Speak to Kryl. Isadora is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. Brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. The sentry was behaving normally, like any other. Then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakawe. He sent word. Is that how you say that? I'm sorry, by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode should be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakawe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Right. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. Ayakawa's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There's no response. Perhaps you should continue search farther to the east. To the east. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please.
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive. Thank the gods. Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join.
talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. We must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
You have a gun, genius. Just shoot him. There you go. Alright, now check your immediate area. There you go. Bash its brain in with the gun. It's made of metal.
Damn you!
Why would you throw it? Just use it like an impromptu baseball bat, you idiot.
Can't be here. You need to run now. A trap.
Oh, that's not good.
Take care of the others, huh?
Well, like,
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calix. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This hostile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
No, because you just... Yeah. Like, you just genocide more people. I will halt your harvest by cutting you in half and throwing you down a fucking elevator shaft, you dumbass.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Well, he's just an idiot. It's like, this is the kind of guy who is like... heard of like, nihilism one time and was just like, oh my god, he's totally right. All life is worthless. I should kill everyone. It's like, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Yeah. I just meant in the sense of, like, the kind of... Like, they think they're so deep, but it's just such a dumbass tone. It's like, that shit never makes any sense to do. I will! The pile of dust, these ashes. And the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless would continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen aether would allow for more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Calyx! Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. Under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Balxarden. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Oyakawa to meet us there as well.
Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Golja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened to Kachuya? Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. I would rather die. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? Can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Or no, it's like Kakua, right? Because that was his, Aaronville's mom. Used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Goddamn right we do. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. I respect that people can ignore and skip the story and all that, but I'm gonna fucking enjoy it. Because it's what I like of Final Fantasy XIV. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. These air wheelers are Janalt's babies. I didn't read the rest of that. For years now, I've taken one out for a turn whenever something. Sometimes Geode would come along too and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. Oh, we also edged competitively. Did I mention that? We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Well, now, hold on. Because the first expansion we got was Heaven's Ward, which I would say is still pretty damn peak. Sure, we got Stormblood after that, which was... Look, you can have your opinions about Estinian. That shit was still top tier. You know, Balxardan, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will still be clear of pests today. Thanks. You can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa, that's it.
Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory.
the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. We're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. They paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. A pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed. It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together and carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. You're not only the grief, you've helped me to see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Understood. Bisection of the child will commence as soon as he is within grasp. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kryl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Bulksarden? Whatever this phone call's gonna be. Bulksarden, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I can't help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you've finished attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Sardan, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I am going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Yeah, that seems like something normal to say to a random person that just walked up to you. Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen Sphene? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen Sphene. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. See, everyone's got a cheery point of view. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. Is it exactly it? People are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Bulksarden, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alpha now. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. What the?
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake
I see. So this is a positive message.
Generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well,
Alex. There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step.
Yeah, but this isn't a first step. This is literally trying to ignore a portion of your humanity.
But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklamat. You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
I don't know about that, Elvin Asmongold.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tuliholal will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Calix has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calix is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Didn't mean to bump the mic there. My bad. Tuliolal would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of the bright haven of peace and laughter? Uklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own. Yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me, the guy that actually keeps everything moving. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Galulja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said were here. Good news, Buck Sergeant. We found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th floor that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far, but if you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all the hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Ready to head up? Next stop, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working! stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kral and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up on Calyx's trail, and I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Common, located to the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electrope magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. In any case, and in the case I can't, might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well. Let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades, should you find yourself unable to proceed. I mean... few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. Few indecipherable notes remain pinned to the notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. A small little shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. You scan the bin's interior, hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Nothing in there, then. Not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Are you sure? I was thinking I should eat it. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open. You did it, Balgzarden. A good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious, though. Why'd they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. I guess this doesn't access. The scanner beeps in disapproval. Yeah. No good. Maybe we need a different card? Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delays chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's search in the proto-lab. The door is already open, at least. We'll find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into the large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You've yet to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps speaking with your comrades will help you progress your investigation. No. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of aether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Her Miela colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? For tomorrow I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Duotero lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You've reached the end of the journal entries. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 showed a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At last we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? So that's probably the code, but let's check with Shale and the others just in case. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close. No, okay. Kryl, nothing. Okay, I'm gonna assume it's just that number then. One, 5, 8. I thought that was the, or was it like 185? No, 158. Maybe there's something else to stick together with that. The only one I haven't talked to is Wuklamant. Let's take a look for it. Submitting interference, candidate 201930. Be considered for efficiency review. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. So maybe 11509? Okay. There we go. Locker pops open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. Hey! Luxarden, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Luxarden. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. Tablets? Tablets. What the fuck am I? The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. We have the tutorial lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Start with the lab. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the tutorial lab, shall we? Doodly-doo. Engaging power supply, no good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? I see. The RT cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Deutero lab, which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Yeah, it's a puzzle. I got it. I got this. Oh, I can just swap it to a different pattern. I see. Well, let's see. I need to use the big square one here. That connects there. So this one needs to be the circle. There we go. It worked. We did it, Belxarden. I did it. What do you mean? Sturo Lab should be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Reservation, the early days, is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge. With Calix's design for new defensive solutions, funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to his somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspected they'd spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has always been the type to value ideals over compassion. and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. Morality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Alright, yeah. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Energy seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Alright, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that... the key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Belxarden has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. Key was originally a Milala relic. Once this treasure came into possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here, so what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key, which is probably why Calyx reacted to me using the key to summon the other beings. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It's as my parents explained. Key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. That makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Well, well. If it isn't exactly what we need. Nice work, Box Arden. Uh-huh. Alright, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's location. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I may be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Belk's Arden's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Oh, speaking of cameras, there's another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Well, certainly.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you
protocol, you understand.
Oh, damn.
There can be no exceptions.
She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident, given that the recording was erased. I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even if as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but it turns out they were captured by their pursuers. They did not regret their actions. Right. The Echo, knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sven. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. What we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source and threaten their child's safety. Right. Let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Also, and I mean, like, yeah, he shot her, killed her, and then, you know, deleted the footage from the camera. What about the dead body and all the blood? Like, what, he just dragged her out of the office? Like, excuse me, guys, excuse me, pardon me. Like... bit of a goofy concept, I guess. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. FFXIV, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, FFXIV. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Deutero Lab, and the Director's Office. Data tablet. Closed locker stands next to the tablet. Examine the data tablet. Nothing of note, the mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today, temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note, rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident, details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx's physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Oh. Have you found something? Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less, seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed by electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Oh, you mean the only wall that looks different from all the other ones? Remember what Hafkua used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface? Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Of course, electrope is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. And there it is. Another door. Managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. In the note, lay out the password protocol. I say we should go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab, and then I'll take the Deutero Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be used here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that might be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take Deterro Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. I'm Belxard, and you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuklamat and Kryl through the process. Okay. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems. I thought that it might be made of electro. It might have some other purpose, but I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Or maybe there's a third gem that I need to find for it. Was there anything else in the locker that maybe I missed? No. See if I move this bit. There. Huh, there's something inside. It's Alexandrite. Oh wow, is it? Crazy. I wonder where I need to put this. The slot contains a sapphire, Alexandrite in the director's office, and garnet in the Deutero lab. So it's probably just heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrites have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Oh, that's how I get out of there, I was gonna say. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. The symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, were you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? Yeah. Sapphire and garnet as well, you say. Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. You should try these words at the terminal and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Okay, it's password for the proto lab. Hold on, let me double check the thing again. Garnet was the Turo lab, Sapphire was the Proto lab, Alexandrite was this. So protection. Okay. Garnet was... Sapphire was honesty, Garnet was devotion. Sapphire was the... Protolab, yeah. So it should be honesty first, right? I think so. Honesty. Krylin is... The Deterro Lab is devotion, and then here in the director's office is protection. There we go. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wu Klamat and Kryl rejoin us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in living memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
A world formed of data?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electro-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso-terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calix himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calix might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
I've heard that before.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso-terminal. Storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calix. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in a wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calix. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Yeah, let's go kick the shit out of him. He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Oof. Well, that was an adventure. May not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Alright. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Balxarden, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. I'm gonna go to the Meso Terminal. I'm gonna beat the shit out of this stupid piece of crap. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. Right? While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay what we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It's always been our fight as much as... It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. So, sure, yeah. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alizé and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Also, you're like 10! Oh, Balxarden. Kryle and I think that we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. I mean, alright. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, then. Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Alrighty. Loading. There you go, son.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
Like, over time?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. how to live with the promise of death, how to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
Very good.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Yeah! I always love like the celebration jump emote they use. It's so dumb.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more.
This is how you can. This is how you know that this is a Final Fantasy game, because you can depend on your government.
Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't. What I meant to say was.
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
World's worst kept secret.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Alright, let's see. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosen. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-Regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent survey, the number of Neo-Regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calix would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Let's go knock this stupid asshole's teeth in.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
It is good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from the mesoterminal itself. Why, what happened to the mesoterminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we last were here, so we must assume that Calix has manipulated the terminal's electrode, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept for the sake of all who love Alexandria. I will not yield, nor leave them to despair. Let's go beat the shit out of this guy. We wouldn't wish to keep our incessant host waiting. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to defy Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia, and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours, and I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Wait, what? Alright. Yeah. Together we stand. Together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Selenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. Will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Balxardan for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken our measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. Of course you would, Alphinaud. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. So I take it you got your internet working again? Yeah. What speed I have. Incredible. Sorry, I didn't realize you were that's so stupid. I didn't realize you were typing to me in party chat. I had it set to just showing event dialogue because I think you can get in trouble sometimes depending, like, if you stream chat. But it's probably fine in an instance space like this. Ooh, pretty. Alright, let's do this.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Oops, wrong ability.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle. The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Don't worry, we'll help him along. Okay, so...
overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
Did I just get a 1? I did, holy. My rules never change.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
When did my tank stance fall off? I was like wondering, like, why am I not keeping aggro on some of these things? I suppose fat fingered the button.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriate.
Oh, interesting.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh, okay, I have to stay in the circle. Okay, this is cool. Nope. Oops. Oh god. That's not good. Now I just feel kind of bad. I've missed Final Fantasy, like... Damn it, no, don't. Stop. Don't do that, no. None of that.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
Like, I just feel bad making people wait. But I figured it's like, well, like 2 or 3 of them are already dead. I might as well just keep going and see if we can, just finish it off.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Oops, wrong way.
blend them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Okay, what do we got? Goo Boy.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
The gelatinous golem. Alright, well, bring it on, bucko.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
Okay. Oh.
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Ow.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Yeah, I don't think I want to... Like, maybe I could, but I don't think I want to try and force people to, watch me tank a boss for 30%, for another 70%.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives.
I get how this works now. Okay.
War swells in scope and intensity. Bombs rain down without pause or mercy. spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Oh god, that's way bigger than I thought it would be.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Okay, so they're all running that way, so... Oh, okay, now it's gonna do two at once. So, here. And these are the explosives again, so this corner. Uh-oh. Nice. Yeah, that's not too bad. Back to Goop, Goop Boy. Now to firmly stuff my boot into Calix's face.
The endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold, so weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death, terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
It's pretty good.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want? Huh?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold, make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Certainly a goofy-looking little fella.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Bitch, do you have any idea what I've killed? You have much to answer for, you little shit.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Okay, and at the end of Endwalker, yeah, whatever. I know it's Necron. I can do it with the full party. I'll still do it. Nah. We can do this. It's fine. I'm gonna take this moment to eat a sandwich I have pre-made in my fridge. Because we're pushing past 6 hours. Alright.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I've got tank stance on. Let's just do this.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There.
Oh. Oh, you have to be fast on that. Okay. And you tell by which one has the goopy shit going on. Alright. Easy enough.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
Cone Tank Buster is an asshole move.
Kill them. For this end. Kill them.
Aether Blight. Oh, okay. So Aether
Fear compounds fear, eroding
Grand
your strength.
Cross. Oh, I see.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Nuh-uh.
still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
So back of the arena is unsafe? Or... Damn it! I was safe! Oh shit. Oh, both the healers are dead. Oh no. Okay, I can't... I have to think now.
If you must.
Well, just rotate around, get to them.
There.
Yeah, it's over.
You struggle in vain.
Unfortunate.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There. Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them. Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. reduce you to ether. You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Alrighty. Take 2.
Still alive, but there are ways to change that.
Oh shit, I was not paying attention.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Huh. Oh, that's probably like a mechanic in the extreme, like you actually have to be caught by that sometimes, I imagine.
I am prepared for you. Kill them. Fight if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Oh. He has it. Alright. Get out of the way.
Kill them.
Zeta Blade is out.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Uh-oh, sure seems like your guy has a little bit of health left.
reduce you to ether.
Now you better be quick about it, shithead, because you've only got 4%.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Uh-oh. Ah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Talked such a big game.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
How is this?
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together! The others.
Oh, Calyx! Such a shame, buddy.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tiliero and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamati will be fine. I have been in touch with Koana, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wuklamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And when she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are never far. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Val Okawana arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. That is a good point. Are there any Asians left, though? Because, like... I mean, I guess. Maybe. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. The only other thing I can think of that could be a possible, like, reasonable threat for the Asians to use is... like, if there's any left. Because, like, I know that there are X amount of members that were around, but I kind of assumed they were just done in with, the loss of La Habrea and everyone else that was important. But I don't know, maybe there's someone else, like, in the background just trying to fuck things up. Alex Arden, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Fiend. Aaronville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Yeah, we do need to move on to different baddies. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look into the people you fought so very hard to save? Oh. It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. My biggest, my big thought has always been that, like, the obvious moving point forward would be for, like, Auracite. Because, as far as we know, like, white Auracite and, like, stuff like that was only dealt with in the Alliance raid. And, like, the Heart of Sabik, yeah. Like, that came from somewhere else. essentially. So, like, that could be a very good way to, like, kind of push things forward for a new enemy that isn't just, hey, look, guys, we forgot some Asians. Whoopsie! Mayhap I will take up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with, Mahusa? She works the field at UUP. I'm not saying that. Not far from here. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's still a lot to deal with. We've also got, like, the entirety of Marasidia to deal with just on our planet. That's what I was thinking. Like, I was thinking it's like, we've had a lot of Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy Tactics even. But I feel like if they start making Final Fantasy VII references, like, we've had the occasional boss here and there, but if they make an actual Final Fantasy, like, I mean, hell, maybe that's what Marasidia will be. Like, we've been out, like, Marasidia's been entirely out of contact with the rest of the world for God knows how long. So they could be just crazy advanced. That would be really cool. I would love a steampunk-esque kind of, like, more modern technology setting. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Kryl. Look who it is. Good to see you again. Hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepoane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's Fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? An asshole. Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me, for everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pepoane. I don't know how to say that. And the others. And the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Fair enough. Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a great opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful. I shall petition Gosen to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. By the way, Box Arden, Alphino told me that Koana arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliolal. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over in the Drift Downs with Aaronville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. I know that voice. And happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galulja, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
And a dungeon.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Kalulcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Three sword style.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. I can just... Yes, please. Alexarden. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Final quest. Thank God, because it is. It has been a very long stream. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkua and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Yeah. Ah, the preservation facility. The lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. Yeah, isn't there always? In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. 'Twould be crucial to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Well, ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely take some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. I guess. Several weeks later. Oh, I thought that was just going to be their whole, like, shtick to lead into 7.4. But no, we actually get that. Okay. Oh no, Gra's dead.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
Oh god. Yeah, you're right.
Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the meso-terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, a
officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go,
we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving.
I changed them a while ago. But yes, you're correct. They used to be yellow.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing.
I gotcha.
My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenote.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bearing permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the vow of resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see, I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worry wart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin. Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief.
God damn it.
That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Oh, God. I love the, Living Memory was such a cool zone. I have my problems with Dawn Trail, but Living Memory was so good.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered. I just really loved Living Memory because it,
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
it reminded me a lot of Twilight Town, and I just really loved that feel. I don't think it hit me as hard emotionally as Endwalker. I thought it was good. I don't think anything's gonna top Endwalker for me.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens?
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
That's very fair.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self wore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Balxarden. Wuklamat is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Koana's nose, like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home, then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end to my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamat back to Tuliolal. But what are your plans, Belxarden? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Guana's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, alright, sure. Oh wait, I can just use return to go to Tuliolol. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolol a while. We believe in you, Galulja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Yay! Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamati, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swords play in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Koana, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here... Yes, I know exactly what you mean. You've been very forward with that idea. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Belxarden, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolol. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I move on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolol, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Belxarden, even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me that there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Galulja. And you'll keep on doing us proud. I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Alexarden, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions with the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Atheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphinaud report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. So, didn't the Scions, like, you know, in technical terms, like, quote-unquote, disband? So what's Alphinaud gonna say? It's like, yeah, new city from across dimensions. Bye. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. That's a lovely idea. I'm glad you agree. Some have yet to receive their requested memories, however, so we shall wait until the initial wave of restorations is complete before proceeding. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Oh, they said it! They said the title of the patch! We can go home now, everyone! You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here since then. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs, and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. My guess is it's gonna do one last little, like, teaser. Yeah.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan?
Oh, poor baby.
I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
God damn it.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter appears are apprised of the details.
Winter appears? We could have had anything more interesting. Why did it have to be more Asians? It makes sense, I guess. We've got to deal with all the other problems that'll be on every other shard. That probably are all due to the Asians being dickheads. Don't have to be happy about it, though. Well, the only thing I'm really annoyed by is the fact that we're just back to the Asians being bad guys again, because that's just so fucking boring, but whatever. Hopefully they'll take a new or more interesting twist with it, or a better spin on some of the stuff with it. I don't know. But with that, we're approaching the 8-hour mark, so I do think it's probably time to close out stream here. Right, like, it doesn't make sense for it to just be the rejoining again. Yeah, big story. So, just as a heads up, I probably won't be streaming at all next week, just because I've got to house sit. So I won't have any of my, like, normal equipment with me. So I'll probably just take that time to just hopefully get ahead on some projects I've been putting off. But we'll be back on on the 18th. So next in 2 weeks on Monday. But as always, thank you so much for watching. I always appreciate it. And until next time. Goodbye.